Alrighty. And we are live. Greetings and salutations to everyone on the internet. I am notoriously known as Miss Sobe, and today I'd like to welcome you back to Thrilling Thursgays as we are continuing to play Halo 2, and I am continuing to attempt to beat the Prophet of Regret to death. Because my god, how hard is it to beat a frail old alien man to death? Where am I? Popped. Come here, you fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Duck. Aha! Aha! Where'd you go? Ow. Ah! God damn it! Well, more of the same. Ooh, double kill. Come here. Give me your face. Give me your face. 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 Ah, God. I swear to God, I think he blinds me whenever he warps.
Perhaps you underestimated. No?
No, I adequately estimated you. It's your fucking followers that are the frustrating point. Thank you for taking my fist. He's got to cover. I'll get him. And there you go. Reloading. Haha! Surprise! Fuck you. Fuck you. Ah! Fuck! My butt. That is my butt. Come here, you raggedy son bitch! Notifications. Heal, 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 heal. That will reward me well for that. Wait, what do you mean I don't get the pension that you promised me? You enjoy that concussion? Fuck you. Fuck you. Damn it! Alright.
Surely you can do better than that.
Oh, I can. Allow me to show you. Ha-ha! Hi, how you doing? Name's John. John, 1. As I said, John 117. Damn it! They call me Master. God damn it! Oh fuck. For the proof of my prowess.
Are my guards too much for you?
Let's test that theory, huh? Master Chief, I serve the UNS. C, and I've been tasked with beating you to death. So if you could please stop resisting the fisting.
Are my guards too much for you?
Just die already.
Surely you can do better than that. Very well, human. I will come to you.
Fucking really? Okay. Respawn. Beat. Beat. Shoot. Shot. Dead. Reloading. Beat. Beat. Beat, motherfucker.
Fool! You've made yourself an easy target. Perhaps you underestimated me, no?
No, I didn't underestimate you. It's your guard's a problem. Case in point. Beat. Beat, motherfucker. Ooh. Did the spread eagle. Hi. Nice to meet you. Regret.
Perhaps you underestimated me, no?
No. Beat. Beat. Oh, you hit my shoulder. Beat. Beat. Oh, nice spin.
You shall not hide from me, demon.
Who's hiding? Wow, your head can take a beating. That's good to know.
Surely you can do better than that.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. top 5 probably. Johnson's the greatest warrior.
Fool! You've made yourself an easy target.
That was close. Woof! Fall back. Ammo. Wait a minute. Oh, there's the fleet. I was about to say, where the fuck is everybody?
Very well, human. I will come to you.
Catch me if you can. Oh! Surprise! Hi! Nice to meet you. Can you die, please? 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 Die!
Bad news. The phantoms are turning around.
Yay! He died! Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Oh no. That's not good. Let's run faster. Let's run faster. Let's run faster. Let's run faster. Up, 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 up. Yay! This is not your grave.
This is not your grave. But you are welcome in it.
It's a really good thing that the Gravemind cannot get through the fucking armor. Honestly, I'm surprised the Gravemind didn't just try to cut open the armor to wiggle his way in. I suppose on some level there has to be some conscious consension. Or they had to be conscious, I guess. Gotta have maximum body horror. Can't have it happen while they're unconscious. I want stick! No, this is my stick! Fuck you! Hey, what? Hey! My father gave me that helmet! Bitch.
This is unprecedented. Unacceptable.
A hierarch is dead, Commander.
His murderer was within our grasp. If you had not withdrawn our phantoms...
Are you questioning my decision?
Yes!
No, Holy One. I only wish to express my concern that the brutes...
Recommissioning the Guard was a radical step. But recent events have made it abundantly clear that the elites can no longer guarantee our safety.
I shall relay your decision to the Council.
Hey, guess what? You're being replaced by a brute too.
Politics, how tiresome. Do you know, Arbiter, the elites have threatened to resign, to quit the High Council, because of this exchange of hats?
We have always been your protectors.
These are trying times for all of us.
Even as the humans' annihilation filled us with satisfaction, the loss of one of the sacred rings racked our hearts with grief.
Putting aside our sorrow, we renewed our faith in the prophecy that other rings would be found, and see how our faith has been rewarded.
Halo, its divine wind will rush through the stars, propelling all who are worthy along the path to salvation.
But how to start this process? For ages we searched for one who might unlock the secrets of the rings. An oracle. And with your help, we found it.
With appropriate humility, we plied the oracle with questions, and it, with clarity and grace, has shown us the key.
You will journey to the surface of the ring and retrieve this sacred icon. With it, we shall fulfill our promise.
Salvation for all.
And begin the great journey.
Once the shield is down, we will head straight to the library. I do not wish to keep the Hierarchs waiting. The human that killed the Prophet of Regret. Who was it? Who do you think? The demon is here? Why? Looking for a little payback? Retrieving the icon is my only concern. Of course.
But if you should happen to come across the demon, all the better. What I find hilarious is that the prophets had the elites winning the war for them for the last 25 to 30 years. And because of Regret's incompetence, finally came home to roost.
Lower the shield, Arbiter. I'll pick you up when you finish.
Hey, I do not tolerate sucker punches. Get back here, you furry bitch. But yeah, the Covenant was on the cusp of war, of winning the war altogether. But because they grew impatient and didn't like the fact that Regret's issues came home to roost, they went ahead and fucking killed them, basically destroyed their chances of victory. Because, make no mistake, the Covenant won. Like, the Covenant defeated humanity thoroughly and completely. The only reason why they lost was because, again, the prophets got impatient and didn't like the fact that Regret got killed. If they had just focused on getting the Halo ring ready, instead of betraying the elites and slaughtering them, the elites wouldn't have joined with the humans, and the elites wouldn't have been the turning force to win the war. Because that's what it was. The brutes were nowhere near tactically savvy enough to actually be a adequate threat to the Covenant, no matter what 343 tries to convince us with the fucking Banished. I'm sorry, I refuse to believe the Banished are actually that good. Like, the only reason why they're able to be the big bad for the for Halo, Halo Wars 2 and Halo Infinite is just because of plot convenience. Seriously, like, they were getting their asses beat. But because suddenly these elite, brutes and whatnot happen to have a Tartarus 2, Ow! Suddenly, the Deus Ex Machina decided it'd be better off to just, An allied signature. Weird. Open, please. Open. Thank you. Aha! Oh. Oh my god, he's dead! Hey! Hi, Grunt. Hey, you coming this way? No? Okay, bye. Good luck up there! I can see his arm. He's like, I'm just going to stay here and wait for my yearly food nipple. Disconnect. Oh, these wrists are not right. Reloading. I do have to wonder, why is breaking the Sentinels not considered heresy? Deep breath, 1, 2, 1. Bop, 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 bop. Ah! Fuck you! I'm safe now! Or not. What's up, boys? How you doing? Ah. You got any crack? You got any crack? You got any more of them? You got any more of that crack? They seriously do look like fucking crackheads. Ow. Vanish. Dropped. Just drop already. Goodbye, thank you. are going to the great crack den in the sky. One gun is fun.
Getting close to one of the shield generators. Many flight routes have fallen attempting to take it down. Let's see if you clear them.
Vanish. Damn it. I didn't fare better. Jack off. Hot. Pop! Ha-ha! Running, 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 running. Nope. Hup. Hup. Ha! Okay. Okay. I think we're clear. These hoofbeats are taking me places, taking me places. Oh my god, I've got claws! Alright, there we go. Now we got a rifle. Help! Checkpoint. What's up, boys? Get any good nipple today? Ark! You're fine. You're fine. Calm down. Play the back at it on the 9th of any. Okay. I got an achievement for playing this game on the 9th. Guess there's some. I guess that might have been the release date.
Shield's power source, Arbiter. Overload the locks holding it in place. run, especially when their shields are up. Stay in the shadows. Wait till it loses its grip. Then strike the beast when its back is done.
Okay. Hot. Hot. Ow, ow, ow. Run, 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 run! Hot. Overheat. Hey, I broke it. There you go, door's open, now fuck off.
Release the power source. Now, find a way to remove it from its cradle.
Do I kick it out of the cradle? Oh, there it is. Alright, come on in and sit right down. Baby, let your hair hang down. No, 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 not your ass hair. What's up?
Our path to the library is clear. Pick you up on the bench here.
Okay. That's a lovely gas giant. Oh shit! It's actually it actually is swirling and moving around.
Make your own way through the wall, Arbiter.
Oh boy, the flood's here too. Why not? Ah! I got blue beamed. Arrgh! Vanish. Blue laser sentinel beam. Vanish. Oh shit! Oh god! I've committed heresy! I'm holding a human gun! Ew, 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 ew. Ew, 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 ew. Oh, okay. Woo! Vanish. Ah! Ow, ow, hot, hot, hot! Ow, hot. Durka! Oh, I died with my crotch. Bye. There we go. Dropping down. Safe. Safety. Or I spoke too soon. There's Sentinels. Sentinels up there. I found flesh. Where's the flesh? I heard you said you found flesh. Where is flesh? I heard them switch off the anniversary graphics. Get them! They're around here somewhere. I know it. I know it. I smell food. Ah, my arm! Dropped. Well, at least the prophets won't know. Whoa! Go away. Go away. Ow. Shotgun.
Proceed to the objective. We'll hold out as long as we can. Get off me!
It's too.
Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire!
It's too late. You're already gay. You're gonna be part of the LGBT polycule, whether you like it or not. Ark! Blech. I am dead. Oh, there you are. Ha! Ah! Gl- Ah! They fucking mooed at me. Thank you. Pop like popcorn.
Proceed to the objective. We'll hold out as long as we can. Get off me! Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire!
They don't give a fuck about suppressive fire. They don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you. I vanish. hoping I would get away. Up, 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 up. Oh god! He's like, man, if I can't have any fucking heart, fuck this game! User has disconnected from the server. Weekly warrior! You. Goddamn, UNSC weapons are just objectively better for dealing with the flood. I suppose it makes sense. It would kind of be sucky if, like, the Covenant weapons were good against humans and good against the flood. That would just make it to where, well, then what the fuck is the point of using human weapons? Ah, I got shot in the ears! What? Down I go. Bye. Don't touch me. Goodbye. Ow. Hello. Fuck you in particular. Ah, my leg! Oh god, my leg! Deep breaths. You're lucky I can't really see in the dark very well without a flashlight. Well, that's one way to clear the field. Bye. Thank you. See ya. Have fun. Ah! Oh, God! Ass! Close the hatch, close the hatch, close the hatch, close the hatch. Close the fucking hatch! Thank you. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. Oh, sweet baby hang time. See ya. Don't.
Negative, ma'am. They are not Covenant. Cover that doorway.
Wait, why does Miranda not have intel on the flood? This should be #1 priority for all ship officers. Like, Chief should have been able to tell them about the flood first and foremost. Like, I can understand them not knowing about the flood from Infinity, because Infinity kind of disappeared. Bye. Dramatic falling! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god, no! I'm falling! I'm falling! This is so dramatic! Ah! I'm fine. Take a moment to breathe. Reload. Okay, and down we go. Ha-ha! Looks like we're huffing it. Inside. Yep. Oh god, I've lost track. Oh fuck, I don't know where I am now. Okay. Hello? The 100,000 Years War. Okay, put that down. You've got a human corpse. You're not a Spartan. That's breaking the rules. Hey! Hey, boys! I don't think the Flood can be a coward. I don't think it has any emotions. Not in the way that we know. I'm just gonna sit up here and just camp. Ow, 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 ow. Ah! Something shot me in the ass! I think... What the fuck happened? Oh. Hey there. It's my friend, the blind horse.
Oh shit, I forgot I was on mute. It's funny. I came into what the fuck happened, and then I went, well, I don't know what the fuck happened, and I forgot I was on mute.
Yeah. So I think what happened was I threw a grenade, and a Flood had fired their shotgun, which in turn exploded, blew up the grenade in air.
Oops.
Yep. Just a reminder, just to let you know. I know you probably are already aware, but I am live.
You're live, yeah. Yeah, I was just messaging my girlfriend, letting her know that you're streaming.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I know it's obvious because I said in the announcement, but it's always good to just make sure it's abundantly clear, because that way no one could say, "Well, you didn't tell me that you were
being
streaming."
Recorded.
Yeah, you didn't tell me it's being recorded, so I wouldn't have said this incredibly questionable thing.
Nah, I'll say incredibly questionable things. And I'll own out-of-pocket comments. It's okay.
Yeah.
The only reason why I don't say more of them is because I don't want you banned.
Yeah. Honestly, that's actually kind of happened to me before. I haven't been banned, but I had a friend at the time basically join me when I was streaming, and I had told them earlier in the day I was streaming, and they said something incredibly personal, and they got mad about me when they realized I was live. It's like, I told you earlier I was going to be live at this time.
Yep.
So now I've made a habit to be like, hey, I just let you know as you hop in, I am live.
Nah, I get it.
Yeah. Because then it could actually be on record where it's like, well, you didn't tell me. Proceeds to clip the one moment.
Well, that's also why, like, if you ever talk to your doctor, your eye doctor, your dentist, etc., and they ask if you smoke and you tell them yes, they then immediately have to give you the spiel about how smoking's bad for X reason, right? Yeah. And it's because it's like, well, don't sue us and claim that we didn't tell you.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's the one thing, like, I had to explain that to one of my roommates the other day. They kept asking me, why are all these products have like these warning labels? Like, are people really that stupid? It's like, no. It's so that way a person can't claim they did it and then sue them.
You got it.
Like, it has nothing to do with intelligence. It has everything to do with liability.
And to be fair, there are things like, the McDonald's warning label that everybody loves to laugh at, but that came out of an honest suit.
Yep.
And that's because of the way McDonald's treats their coffee machines.
Yep.
Which is awful.
Yep. And then they proceeded to smear that woman's name for a good 20 years.
Yeah. But she got her money.
Yeah.
Hollow victory, but,
Well, I mean, you say hollow victory, but by the same token, hi Cheshire. By the same token, she only had to deal with the mockery and whatnot for, like, maybe 10 or so years, because then you had shows like Adam Ruin Everything, like, coming out and being like, actually, no, she was legitimately severely burned all across her lap. and McDonald's just spent a fuck ton of money to smear her name, and now everyone has flipped on the situation. Now, granted, I don't think she's alive anymore. You got this, shipmaster! You're like Johnson. You're invincible. Just
Still Halo 2, right?
Yeah. Just pay no attention to the flood chewing off your fucking sawed-off mandibles.
Okay, real talk. One thing I've never understood is how people find the Covenant attractive. For me, it's the lower mandibles. They just don't do it for me. I'm sorry.
For some people, it's the... well, it depends. Like, when you say the Covenant, do you just mean the elites, or all of them?
Well, a lot of people seem to like the elites,
well,
right?
Yeah, to be fair, it's because...
And they're smart.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that, the reason why the elites get more attention than the other ones is because the elites switch sides.
It's true. It's true. But even then, like, you know, generally speaking, there's some love just for the regular Covenant out there too.
Yeah, no joke. On r/Halo, there is a dude that posts a like a little webcomic series he's doing, where it's a Marine with a hunter wife, and it is actually really wholesome.
Reminds me of those lizard man human pairings, right? Where
Yeah.
where you know she calls him Heat Muffin.
Yeah, where it's just like she's incredibly brutal, but she clearly loves her husband.
Yeah.
He's having a great
Though,
time.
What's interesting to me with the way that I always think of lizard folk when I play D&D, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure if love is an expression they could actually voice. If that, like, it's an emotion they feel, but it's because they don't feel emotions the same way mammals do.
Yeah.
Right?
At
least that's the way I think about them.
I think what it would be is that, I would disagree. I would feel like a lizard folk's love language would also be very similar to a mammal's. There would just be certain things would be different. They would probably be more on direct physical contact as a sign of affection, rather than, just, more vocal related. Or...
Yeah, direct physical contact and acts of service are like the two key things.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably the same thing for kinkus, where kinkus and whatnot, since birds tend to preen those they love. It's why a pet parrot will constantly keep trying to clean out your hair and whatnot. They're showing you affection.
Monkeys do that too.
Yeah.
Lemurs do that as well. Lemurs are really big about that.
Yeah, it's because they don't want you to get sick and die.
Yeah. Well, that and eating the bugs is tasty.
Yeah, I mean, things can be two things.
when cleanliness comes with a snack bag.
I mean, to be fair, humans could have free snacks too, like that, if they weren't cowards.
It's true. It's true, though avoiding fleas and lice tends to be a good thing.
Yeah, but, you know, like as the Fallout show has shown us, when people are desperate enough, flea soup actually sounds edible.
Well, speaking from personal experience, when you're desperate enough, a lot of things are edible. But even actually eating things like carpenter ants aren't as bad as like it makes people cringe. They taste like sweet tarts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the acid in them.
But yeah, there are the elites. I think it's the physique and the hands is the big thing. The mandibles.
Yeah, they are huge.
Yeah. Well, they're not only huge; they're also perfectly sized to cup.
True. And proportionally, like aesthetically, they work. They are very svelte, right?
Yeah.
As far as just like body line goes.
Yeah. I'll stick to my like Cheshire says. I'll stick to my cheese and crunchy fish snacks. Well, enjoy them while you have, because once the world ends, you're going to be really thankful for that flea soup.
Yeah. Though, in theory, you could take fleas and inject them with cheese,
Yeah.
and then, like, fry them, and then you have, like, crunchy flea bites.
The problem is, I think fleas would be too small to do that effectively.
Yeah. Well, each one would kind of be like a gusher.
Well, no, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're they're smaller than than a grain of sand.
That's true. That's true.
Like a tick, you could probably do like a cheese-filled tick.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you have tick gushers instead. That's what the Fallout universe needs.
I'm pretty sure that's actually a thing in 76.
I believe it.
Because you have giant mutated ticks.
One of my favorite things in the Fallout universe is the crispy squirrel bits, and there are no squirrels in game.
Yeah, but then you see them in 76, and they're like, oh god, these things are terrifying. Yeah, I can see why they fucking cook them, because they would rather eat them than look at them.
Iguanas too, for that matter, too, I think, because there are iguana bits.
Critical to the great journey.
And the only giant iguanas are technically weren't
cut into the heart of this infestation.
weren't Deathclaws originally iguanas?
Yes. Well, partially. They were partially Jackson chameleons.
Parasite is not.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, they're partially Jackson chameleons, but they're mixed in with a bunch of other stuff too. Like they're not just one thing; they're a hodgepodge of a bunch of different stuff.
And then there are those other Deathclaw things in Nuka World.
Oh yeah, the gator claws.
Yeah, them. They're fun.
Yeah. I actually was thinking the other day about a Fallout that would be set in Louisville, Kentucky, because like there would be a lot of interesting things you can do there. The natural rivalry between U of L and U of K, like the Derby, all the horses. Hell, you could do an entire thing about Fort Knox. Like obviously, all the gold reserves would have been moved in '76, but you could have a thing where they put some other thing in the vaults under Fort Knox and turned it into like a Fallout style vault, and then you find out that, oh, this is where Deathclaws and all those really big mutants come from, because you've got like some kind of vault tech program that's basically like, we need to adapt and like alter things in order to increase their chance of survival. What can we do?
One of, I think my chief problem with willing suspension of disbelief when it comes to the Fallout universe is that the Fallout universe, as we see it in game, in every game, is closer to like 50 years after the Fallout than like 250 years after the Fallout.
Yeah, well, part of the reason why Fallout is so ass backwards is because of, well, 3 reasons. One, the nukes kind of set everything back to the Stone Age because everything was nuclear dependent.
Yep.
But 2, in the case of the Commonwealth, you had the Institute going around and literally killing everybody that made any progress that wasn't approved by the Institute.
I don't mean technologically, by the way.
I know.
But I mean, and to clarify my argument, I mean like people's houses from before the war are still standing, right? Like, and still boarded up and stuff. And I get it from a game dev perspective. Like, you want to have something there that the player can't access because you can't model every interior of every home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, I get it. But it shouldn't be, make it a wreckage heap or whatever, the outline of a house, you know, make it empty. But
well, they do that for most of them. It's weirdly only like Fallout 4 that does that, because in
Yeah,
Fallout 3,
Fallout 4 was really bad.
Yeah, Fallout 3 had a lot of those, just the frame of a house.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of New Vegas, a lot of the places that still had things that were in pristine condition were usually things that were either tucked away in a valley or, you know, in an arid environment where nothing really changes. To where as long as there isn't any massive, like, hurricane that blows through there suddenly, it's really not going to change much.
But I have two other thoughts as well.
Yeah.
Well, two other points that really bother me. One also is paint.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, like, you know, when you come out of your vault, if like the outside is still painted, or you can still see paint lines from pre-war or whatever, or even stuff on signs, right? Unless it's explicitly sheltered, like you mentioned, or buried or something else, that paint, it's gonna be gone.
Yeah.
Little surface details, basically, not just paint, but like any surface detail like that would be eroded.
Yeah. But
And three, and oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's another thing we need to consider, is the fact that the Fallout universe supposedly had a lot more advances. I mean, for fuck's sake, they had sodas that had radioactive isotopes in them. I wouldn't be surprised if they had found ways to sort of elongate...
Make super paint.
Yeah, make super paint, essentially. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
you make paint in Fallout 4 to use on the baseball wall. And the mixer still works, and two, the paint is still paint. It's not...
But that's exactly what I mean, is like, 50 years after the bombs dropped and everything, that would make absolute sense to me that there'd still be a machine working in some paint that's still worth something, right? You know?
Yeah.
250 years? It's like, man, you're pushing it. But, ironically, my biggest thing, and I know Fallout does produce its own guns, its own ammunition, like they do have production centers, right? Absolutely they do.
Mm-hmm.
But the lack of more common black powder firearms, and 76 I know has this, and some of the earlier, I don't know if it was Fallout, I think it was Fallout New Vegas also had some black powder options as well.
Yeah, so did Fallout 4, because Fallout 4 was the first one to actually make quote-unquote junk guns.
Well, though a junk gun I don't think is actually black powder. It's more of like, it's just firing junk, right?
No, I'm talking like the pipe pistols and whatnot.
Oh, well, but even then, pipe pistols, they fire regular ammo.
Yes.
Whether it's 45, etc. When I mean black powder, I don't mean white powder, blanche powder, modern powder, right?
Oh,
which
you
is
mean
what
musket
Fallout
powder.
guns use. I mean black powder, yes, right? Slow burning, because a person who knows the ratios and has accurate measuring equipment, which can just be scales, can make their own black powder and make firearms that can very easily accommodate that, as opposed to modern high pressure calibers, right, which are take the pipe pistols in Fallout, right? Those pipe pistols, I would trust those with black powder. I wouldn't trust those with like regular
military grade ammunition.
What you in firearms terms call white powder, right, or modern ballistic powder, right?
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, there are people like in the real world today have made like pipe weapons and stuff that actually work. I don't like the look of the ones in Fallout always seem really fragile and cagey to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now the downside is,
I think that was probably going to be the point, was the pipe pistols and whatnot. If they had figured, I think they got rid of the degradation system in it just because it was breaking the system in Fallout 4. But I'm pretty sure the plan was that pipe pistols and whatnot were supposed to be the most fragile fucking firearms you could have. Like, yeah, they're in abundance and they're damn near everywhere, but it takes about 5 shots before the damn thing breaks.
And that would make sense, right? This isn't a weapon that you're going to war with. This is, and to be fair, like if you're a person, let's say you're an average scavenger in the Commonwealth, and your main concerns, because let's pretend it's not a video game, right?
Yeah.
Your main concerns are a couple of raiders, maybe you run into a ghoul or two, and maybe some minor wildlife issues like rag roaches or something. You will only then, in theory, in your near future, so over a course of maybe 5 years or so, put 10 rounds through that gun.
Yeah.
Right? And the rest of the time it's just going to sit there. So if you want something that is only for emergency use, that can otherwise just sit there. Now, whether or not you can use it effectively because you can't practice with it, that's a completely different conversation for a different day.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, we even see that kind of technological ethos with, like, firearms in World War II. There were intentionally disposable firearms made to give resistance movements, particularly the French, and that you know the government says, well, here we're going to give you these disposable arms because we don't trust you with we don't trust you with Sten guns. No offense. You can go, you know, here's your little one-shot pistol. Go kill a German with it and go take his guns instead. Okay, thanks. Right? And that's why some of those firearms were developed. And we see that with other movements, like when the U.S. was in Korea, as an example. We armed militia with actually slam fire shotguns, which were just 2 pieces of tube and a buttstock and a handle, and that was it. You know, the tube had a nail in the back end to work as a
Yeah.
firing needle, a firing pin.
Yeah.
And
One thing,
and that was it.
yeah. The one thing I'll say I'm surprised never became a thing is, for lack of a better term, chimera rifles, where you don't have all the parts for one rifle, but you have a bunch of parts of like a shotgun, a sniper rifle, a pistol, and you sort of like have mushed them together in a way that can fire, but isn't going to last very long.
Yeah, whether you have access to a machine shop where you can just take parts that fit, and or at least rework them to make them fit. Right.
Yeah.
But that's also what I was talking about there, like with a slam fire shotgun. Why is that not in Fallout? Right? It would be a weapon that you would just throw away immediately, right? Because who wants to sit there and run up against a deathclaw where you get one shot at a time?
Yeah, I think it's because it's been heavily implied in the Fallout universe that ballistic pistols, for the most part, are relatively ineffective against the heavier creatures, for lack of a better term. That's why a lot of stuff seemed to have focused more on energy base. That's why you had things like the laser musket.
Yep. Well, and that's a big debate in the community as well, whether they like the Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas laser musket, which looks far more like a musket, versus the Fallout 4's laser musket, which is like has a crank handle kind of design to it.
Yeah, but I honestly do admit I kind of prefer the laser musket in Fallout 4 because it does make some logical sense. It holds charges and fires them one shot at a time, and what makes it do more damage is more cranks.
And I agree. I like that. Particularly early game, if you can charge a laser musket up to 3 or even 5, if you find one. Because let's face it, you ain't gonna have the science skill early game to make a 5-shot laser musket.
Yeah.
But you know, you can obliterate some pretty even early and mid game enemies with it. The key is just timing and patience, and pray they don't run up on you.
Yeah.
Though I think my most commonly used weapon in Fallout has still got to be the 10mm pistol. I've run whole playthroughs with just that.
For me, it's I tend to do the hunting rifle.
Yeah.
Or to me, what pisses me off, real quick, Cheshire says they kind of want to see a Florida-based Fallout. That actually exists. Someone is making a mod called Fallout Miami. It is an entire game in the Fallout 4 engine, much like Fallout London, that is set in the ruins of Miami.
Oh, Fallout London was cool.
Oh yeah. It really goes to show that the community knows how to make a better Fallout game than fucking Bethesda these days.
But true, and they will make it faster than Bethesda at that.
Yeah, it's like at this point, like Bethesda could very much A, get a whole lot of brownie points, and B, make a whole lot of bank if they just be like, okay, so you know the creator dashboard or whatever the fuck where we pay people, like you have to buy mods? Yeah, we're going to just have it to where people could just make entire expansions and like whole fucking games, and we just get a cut of the money.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. But no, absolutely. Do you use VATS? A lot of people that play Fallout don't.
I do.
Yeah, I exclusively, well, as I'm sure you could guess, right?
Yeah.
It's the only way I
blind man
play
uses
the game.
VATS? No.
Yeah, right. The downside is, though, is I wish the range on that was longer.
Yeah.
It's the only, because like I get it with being short range with pistols and stuff. I get that, but even with rifles, it's not nearly long enough.
Well, it's actually your VATS detection range is based heavily on your perception.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you've got a low perception, it's going to have a very low range.
That's true. But even then.
Yeah, oh no, don't get me wrong, it can be ridiculous. But one of the reasons why I like to use VATS a lot is because funny ragdolls.
Yeah. Crits and headshots.
Well, crits, headshots, and funny ragdolls, because there's something hilarious about going into VATS with a fucking fat man and shooting a rocket at like a fucking rad roach, because it just becomes, this is an extermination. This is just fuck you in particular.
Well, and this is one thing I didn't know about VATS until recently, was that, you know, if you have VATS up and you're selecting targets, you take less damage.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until like this year.
Yeah, well that's because it's only a thing in Fallout 4, because it's the only one that has Fallout. Yeah, it's only a thing in Fallout 4, and I think maybe 76, but I could be wrong. But yeah, no, it's just because the other ones do frozen time.
Yeah, where everything's not slowed, it's just paused.
Yeah, which honestly I prefer.
Well, I mean, it does make it feel more like a turn-based game, which is what they were originally kind of going for with VATS.
Yeah.
It also gives you more time to think.
Yeah. Honestly, the big thing that pisses me off the most about Fallout 4 is how heavily they nerfed fucking unarmed.
I've never tried an unarmed build. I've tried melee builds, but I've always stopped because I inevitably get shot on my way to as I'm running toward opponents, and I always die.
Yeah. So with an unarmed build, much like the melee thing in Fallout 4, it is level based, so you can't just max out your unarmed really early on, so that way you have the best chance of survival. So you're already crippled there. But there is an added bonus of you can't use unarmed weapons in the power armor.
That's, yeah. Because it counts as the, like, power fist or whatever, right?
Yeah, but you can't buff the damage of the power fist. They do a flat damage rate. You can increase your armor and your energy resistance, but you can't increase the damage. The most you can do is give it a bleed ability.
And and if you are going to rely on using power armor, your best bet would then be to put a bunch of points into armorer, blacksmith, and science, and then just get the extra melee damage buff from power armor add-ons.
Yeah, but
right?
but the kicker is, you do less damage in the power armor than you do with an unarmed weapon outside the power armor.
You got it. And I guess you have to weigh whether or not the decrease in damage is worth the extra armor value that you're going to get, and the other benefits you can get from wearing power armor.
Yeah, but that should not be a thing.
I agree. You should hit harder, not weaker.
Yeah. Like, what also gets me is, like, I would be okay with it if, like, I don't know, like, max, like, you know, you get, like, a power armor ability that gives you, like, all the takedown abilities and whatnot from the previous games, like Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, to where, depending on how you attack, you have the ability to, like, stun somebody or, you know, knock them to the ground if you're wearing power armor. Then I would be fine with the damage reduction. But no, you just basically get a flat nerf.
Oh, and speaking of takedowns, that's actually something in Fallout 4 where
really,
where the mode you play the game in actually matters. Like, if you play the game in first person, you don't get the special melee takedowns and stuff than if you play the game in third person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy to me.
Ow. Fire.
Are you usually playing your stream on Thursdays, by the way?
I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 6 or 7 p.m. to whenever the hell I feel like.
Oh, there you go.
I think they broke the wall. But I'm not quite sure. But yeah, like, I tend to, like, and a lot of the times in, like, stuff like Fallout or most games like that, I like to do either sniper rifles or explosives.
I have wanted to try doing a run that's dedicated to heavy weapons. I think it would just be really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Never done it.
Yeah.
Never done it, but using like the broadsider and stuff would be really fun.
Oh yeah. Like, for me, I did a heavy weapons run at one point, and one of my favorite weapons to use was the harpoon gun, because you could literally pin shit to the wall.
Yeah. Well, did you try it after the Fallout series came out?
Mm-mm.
Okay, because when the Fallout series came out, they added a semi-automatic like 40mm grenade launcher to the game. And yeah, it makes the heavy weapons build really, really easy. Because there's no waiting for reload times or, you know, struggling to deal with large numbers of spread out enemies or anything like that. It's just, what happens, just bang, 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 bang. Yeah, God. It's great. And it wasn't even a China Lake. It's actually just like it's a semi-automatic grenade launcher.
Dude over here is dead, and I just saw his shields regenerate.
Well,
Well, at least his corpse is protected.
I mean, they don't. The shield doesn't know he's dead.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Well,
Because remember, this is if it was human technology, I'd back you up. But I'm pretty sure Covenant technology would probably have a vital signs detector.
Well, that's like I think about that a lot with Dune and stuff too, where if you use shields in Dune, there's no guarantee, like the shield generator in your belt doesn't stop just because you drop dead.
Yeah.
So, you know, it means that you can't like violently grab your friend who's gone down because he's been stabbed or something.
Yeah.
You have to gently grab your friend because he's gone down.
Yeah. Well, there's also the fact that Dune is also a very low tech kind of series. Like
Sort of.
it's low tech in the sense that there isn't a whole lot of like really advanced technology other than like the stuff they have. Like it's a lot of like we're surviving with the bare minimum of weapons and equipment.
Well, and it's interesting that a lot their advancements in tech aren't in the sector of weaponry.
Yeah.
Right? They're in other sectors.
Drugs.
You know, well, drugs, fully habitable biospheres, like their houses on, like, say, just Arrakis as an example, but even on other worlds, are, you know, like fully airtight, self-contained units, right? Their own little biosphere.
Mm-hmm.
That their ship technology, even their mining technology. Like we think of, say, the spice miners as being this, you know, oh, it's just like an oil rig but on land. But they're designed for effectively max efficiency because they have to work very, very quickly because these blooms come up and then go away.
Yeah.
Right. And then the worms show up almost immediately afterwards, and you got to be in and out.
Or ride the mighty sandworm.
Well, yeah, but they aren't Shai Ulut, right?
Yeah. But that's what I mean by low tech is like everything is like the thing that with like something like Fallout or Halo is there's a lot more like technological bloat.
Yes.
Than there is in something like Dune, and I think that's what I mean. That's what I mean by low tech is the fact that everything is put to such an efficient degree that they don't need this extra equipment to do these these jobs more effectively.
They don't need 37 different blaster rifles. These 4 models will do.
Exactly.
And the other thing is they're not important to the story. That's the one thing that we have to think of with Frank Herbert as well. Frank Herbert, much like Tolkien, right? They both were linguists. They're both focused on the human element of the story
and the world building.
And what I really love about Herbert, and Tolkien does this to an extent as well, but definitely way less than Herbert. Herbert doesn't hold your hand. He just throws you in and says, if you want to learn this stuff, if you want to figure this stuff out, there's an appendix in the back. Like, you have eyeballs, you have a brain, go read the appendix. I'm not giving you the preamble. Because in some ways, because I have one of my students, because I tutor, right?
Yeah.
I had one of my students read Dune, and I said, before you read Dune, go and read the appendix with Liet Kynes, and how Liet Kynes ended up on Arrakis. And then read Dune, and it's gonna blow your mind, right? And it's I don't know. It shocks me that there are people out there that have read the book and probably were just like, eh.
The fuck am
and it's
I
because
reading?
they never read the appendix,
Yeah.
you know.
For me, it's like the like one of the thing like I've tried to read Dune, but I don't know if it was just
It's
how
slow.
wet it. What?
It's slow.
Yeah, it was like it was very slow and very dry. It was like I have difficulties reading because of dyslexia sometimes, but because of how dull a lot of Dune's novelization is, it made the already difficult part of reading all the harder.
If you go into Dune expecting a space opera drama story where this Christ-like figure is going to effectively lay the ground for his holy war and lead a revolution and revenge against his family. Or revenge for his family. If you go in expecting that, the book is, it sucks, right? Because none of that happens until at least the second half moving forward, right?
I kind of went into it, with the mindset of, what's the best way I can describe this? 1849 California. The mixture of the I expect it to be like a science fiction sort of Western kind of thing, to where you're on the edge of the frontier, quote unquote. Everyone is going to this one location for this mineral, like this miracle mineral or whatever, i.e. gold, or in this case spice.
Yep.
And everyone is just trying to survive in this wasteland while trying to set up the new frontier.
I think the way, if you were to try and approach Dune again, instead think about it like a Song of Ice and Fire, and that you're in this, that Arrakis doesn't matter, his house, his revenge story, that's not what's going on here. What's going on here is a high concept political drama, and that's where, like, that's the part that the entire first half of the book is invested in, is building that political drama.
So basically go into it like Star Wars meets West Wing.
Yeah, very, very much so. And that, I'm not saying that means it's the book for you, certainly. Like, I, as an example, I read the first one, I read the second one, I got halfway through the third one and stopped because I found the third one too boring. Because I like Paul. I only want to follow Paul. As where Dune as a series isn't about Paul, it's about... the Dune as a series is more like a Norse saga, where you're following the family that is Paul, right? Yeah. You're not just following one person. And I get it, right? Because, like, by the end of the book, he, phenomenal cosmic powers, kind of, not really, but, kind of.
I have written the Mighty Moonworm.
Well, that, and he's, like, seen through space-time thanks to magic drugs. But yeah, really, the first book is worth reading, or listening to. Actually, listening to is the only way I've ever done it.
Yeah. It's about probably the only way I can comfortably do it myself.
Yeah.
I will admit the big thing for me is I don't care for Dune as a political drama or any of the stuff it's actually about. I like Dune from a world building standing.
Very true.
Like, the world building for Dune is phenomenal.
Yes. Where it's like this post-computer world where they can't trust AI, they can't trust robots, so they turn humans into robots instead. Well, they turn humans into supercomputers instead.
Yeah.
And
instead of bending nature to their will, nature has grossly overpowered them, so they have to bend to nature's will.
Well, and it's also a very human universe in the sense that, like, aliens aren't really a thing. Like, don't get me wrong, like, a person on another planet, you could still consider them an alien, but they're all human beings.
Yeah, when you're not counting the animals, like the sandworm.
Well, yeah, but they're not... Yeah.
No,
when I say aliens, I mean, like, Twi'leks and that kind of thing.
You mean
like,
sapient aliens.
You got it, right? You absolutely got it.
Yeah. Like, that's why I was clarifying, is because some people would argue, what do you mean? Like, because, like, there are absolute people out there that would straw man. It's like, what do you mean there aren't any aliens? They have the sandworms, this thing, this tiny animal.
Well, that's like Shai-Hulud himself, right? He's his other name is not the Kwisatz Haderach, is Usul. Usul. It refers to the desert mouse that lives on Arrakis. right? Which is really funny, because that in and of itself is a reference. But
I got shotgunned.
oops. The language in Dune is really good, and the idea of like this religion that's like gaslighted an entire, like not one civilization but entire civilizations all around the cosmos, simply just in case like you have to help one of the Reverend Mothers, right? And that Arrakis is so bad that they had to use, the savior complex one.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god, it's that bad out there? And they're like, yeah. Which is really funny. And the fact that whole organization, that whole church, is just one great big genetic breeding experiment.
It. Sorry, I was in mid-lunge, and a flood came around the corner, and it had a shotgun and shot me in the face when I couldn't stop.
Yep, that'll do it.
Arrgh!
That's actually one thing that drives me nuts with Tales of Iron as well. It's that same thing where once you put an input, there's no canceling, right? So
Yeah.
you're fully locked into it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I know in Halo's case, it gets a pass with the lunge because the lunge is a coding glitch. Yeah, the lunge doesn't actually exist. It's just a byproduct of the hit detection for the melee weapons.
Well, that's cool.
And they just basically turned it into a feature because they couldn't get rid of it. It's like the rocket jump in TF2.
If you can't beat them,
If you can't beat them, make it an achievement.
you got it. You got it. Sometimes bugs become features.
Yep. Ow.
I think Bethesda's doubled down on their mountain jumping.
Yeah.
I will climb any near vertical surface through the power of sheer will and pressing the X button until my thumb falls off.
And jumping like a goddamn rabbit.
You can even do it. I've even gotten away with doing it in the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, though. Though you have to hit sprint and whistle at the same time.
Yeah. Touch me.
Did you actually ever play those games?
Breath of the Wild? Yeah.
Or Tears of the Kingdom?
I played both. And I beat both.
Okay. Am I the only one that feels like that the anti-slip suit, the sticky suit, doesn't work worth shit?
For me, the only thing I found it useful for was making sure that making it harder for me to. It felt like it. I'm trying to find the way to. Words are failing me. It felt like using the suit made it to where I used up less stamina climbing.
Yeah, because like it doesn't work in the rain. And in my opinion, it should, if it has one job, right? It should do that job.
Yeah. Admittedly, I'm the kind of person that goes in for, I have this look I really like. Oh, these, and it gives me these benefits, but why don't you use the whole suit? Because the only times I do that is when I absolutely have to, like it's an Arctic region, or it's the fucking Goron city, and I'm literally bursting into flames.
I'm the same way. My most recent playthrough was done almost entirely in Link's Wind Waker outfit.
Yeah.
Because Wind Waker is still my favorite Zelda game.
God damn it. Right, fuck it. We're just running past. Ninja vanish.
I wish you could have more than one save file in those games.
Yeah.
It'd be nice.
Especially since, you know, more than one save file was a staple of Zelda up until, like, I think the 360 era. Oh, actually, no, even the you know,
Up until those two games. Up until those two games, you had at least 3 save slots.
Yeah. And I think, like, you like I've said it before and I'll say it again. A lot of the greediness that came out of Nintendo's, like, Nintendo's always been greedy. There's no question about that. But I swear it got noticeably worse with the death of Satoru Iwata.
Yes.
Like it's like the terrifying thought that the CEO was the only one keeping that company from going this hard into nickel and diming their customers.
Well, yeah, he was kind of in, you know, and don't get me wrong, he wasn't necessarily like for a Japanese businessman, right? He was the kindest of them.
But that is not saying much.
Well, as I said, for a Japanese businessman,
Yeah.
you know, they are very litigious and not let's call them capitalistically driven by enlightened self-interest.
Mm-hmm. But I cannot see the current CEO of Nintendo doing what Satoru Iwata did when the Wii U flopped. I do not see the current CEO willingly taking a pay cut in order to make sure he didn't lay off anybody.
Yeah. No. Though I do really find it funny that the Wii U flopped and then they doubled down on the Wii U and gave us the Switch, because the Switch was the Wii U we wanted.
Yeah.
Well, it's true. Like, the Switch is the Wii U we were promised. At least as advertised.
Yeah.
You know. It does bother me that, like, the Switch 2 is just the Switch 1 that's slightly better, but it's still a generation behind as far as power and graphics, etc. go.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, it's also not like $1,000 Xbox, so hey.
No, it's only a $700 console.
Yeah.
Which isn't better.
Not really.
Because, like, with the Xbox One, you could at least make the argument that you're at least getting the best of the best. With the Switch, you're literally only just spending $700 to buy into Nintendo. That is it. You are spending $700 for maybe 7 Nintendo games before they get the next console.
It's not quite that bad anymore, but yeah. The one thing Nintendo has done much better recently, I'll give them credit for this, is opening up the Switch and stuff to smaller, like, indie companies and, like, small development games, like dev games and stuff.
Yeah.
And they've been much better about that.
Yeah.
But as far as, like, big box office kind of games that, like, aren't Nintendo's, yeah, you get it. You got it exactly right. There's about 7 of them. And then the rest are either, like, Nintendo staples. Though what really pissed me off was that they released, like, 3 different versions of Mario Party, and all 3 of them kind of suck.
Yeah. Whereas they could have just, you know, spent the time focusing on one Mario Party and had a really good Mario Party.
Yep. Well, and they all have good elements. Is my big problem. It's just my biggest problem is that they only have like 3 maps.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, once you get tired of those maps, that's it.
Like the most recent one had only like 5 maps, and
yes.
and they adamantly said there is going to be no DLC maps or anything like that added to it. What you get is what you get, and it's just like, well, then it's not worth the fucking $50-$60 you want for it.
Well, that's it, right? And they go, well, you know, it's meant to be a party game where you know, get everybody together and you have a party and you play the game. So you're only playing it a dozen times or so, right? And it's like, well, yeah, kinda. Yeah. But then is it worth that cost?
Yeah. But yeah, no. When I say 7 titles, I mean like first-party Nintendo IPs. Because like I think back to the Switch, and any like the stuff that like I do not count re-releases from Wii U titles as Switch releases. I don't.
Okay.
Because they were designed for the Wii U. The Wii U flopped, so they just changed the system stuff to make it more compatible with the Switch and then re-released it. That's not developing for the Switch.
I wish they had done that with Wind Waker. I desperately wish they had done that with Wind Waker.
Yeah, like that's the one that doesn't make any sense to me. Like Wind Waker is one of the most popular Zelda titles ever. You would think they would want to absolutely double, triple, quadruple dip into that fucking well.
It is 100% my favorite Zelda game.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the remake. I mean like the original. Like it's the only reason I own 2 GameCubes still.
Yeah. Yeah. My favorite Zelda's has always been A Link to the Past.
A Link to the Past is very good. My favorite 2D Zelda, because I do differentiate.
Yeah.
Is Minish Cap.
Yeah, it's like I it's my favorite because it does a lot with so little. It is a 16-bit game, and it is one of the biggest games on the SNES.
Yep. Well, that's why I like Minish Cap, right? They milked so much extra content out of the Game Boy, right? By giving you that shrunken down world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Also, it's just really fun to be tiny.
Yeah. It's like just to be a little borrower in the fucking Zelda world.
Basically, and it's like, did you ever play Minish Cap?
No.
Okay. So you know Chew Jellies, right? So like one of the bosses in Minish Cap, because you shrink down, right? It's like one of the first bosses you do is a Chew Jelly. And so, like, you in the overworld, it's like, yeah, fuck it. I hit it twice and it's dead. What's the problem? But when you're fighting it and you're the size of an ant...
Suddenly it's a fucking kaiju.
You've got it. And it's stuff like that to me. Like, that was... It's so funny,
Yeah.
That and seeing what all the different Minish look like, because town Minish look different than, like, country Minish, and...
Mm-hmm.
The town Minish get all the discarded town stuff that people don't want, so they're using, like, empty spools from thread as tables. They have needles, right? Big-ass, like, metal sewing needles and stuff, and, they live in books or on bookshelves, or under them, or,
which is one of my favorite kind of world-building things, is when you have, normal-sized stuff be... like these grandiose monuments and stuff like that to small creatures. That's why I always love stuff like I always love The Borrowers. I love watching that movie just to see, like, oh, they made a elevator out of a paperclip, some string, and a fucking Ritz cracker or whatever the fuck.
You got it. Yes. Well, and that's like, so I logged all of the events of a campaign my players did a few years ago. And one of the things I wanted to do with that game, I think it's too late now to do it, but I want to do it in the future, is I was going to run Mouse Guard and have the players all be effectively Minish in that same town while the events of the campaign are playing out.
Yeah.
But they're seeing it from the perspective of somebody the size of a dormouse.
Yeah.
So when halfway through the campaign, part of the village burns down, because there's a night raid by orcs.
Mm-hmm.
That's really scary when you're the size of a fucking dormouse.
Yeah, because then suddenly it's no longer just, oh, the town is on fire. It's the world is on fire.
And where do we go? How can we get there fast enough? Let's not, and you're not just worried about your house collapsing around you and getting out, but then once you're out, everybody out there is in a panic. You don't want to get stepped on. There are night predators out there now.
Yeah, like it turns a disaster into an apocalypse.
you got it. You got it, right? But it's only a temporary. It's a temporary problem because the village can rebuild itself relatively quickly. So you just have to figure out, well, what are we doing for this week while everybody else is getting their act together? How do we restabilize that kind of thing? I just thought it'd be really fun.
Yeah. Honestly, that's why I love An American Tail. It's just the fact that one, their interpretation of the mouse version of the proletariat revolution.
Yep.
About how they fled Russia because of the cats and whatnot, and it basically just more or less just a summarization of what was going on in Russia at the time for humans, which was again the proletariat revolution. Or actually, no, I think it's called the Red Revolution. Because it was like you were either red or you were white, as in.
So what you're first thinking of is the Bolshevik, right? So we have the Bolshevik uprising, and then you have the Civil War with the Reds versus Whites, right? The supporters of the Bolsheviks versus the Tsars, right? And one of my students actually pointed out the other day, they're like, why does every revolution seem to use red and white? And I went, because white's a traditional symbol for the royalty and and those in power, and that we're talking about either people's revolutions, and say as an example the French Revolution, or in the case of the Russian Revolution, also a people's revolution, but now under communism. Yeah. So, and they're like, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Or you have it's also red because it's supposed to symbolize the new blood and the new way forward.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's I think it's what are the two traditional colors for royalty has always been either white or purple. White for more
purity.
Yeah, white for purity, and purple because of the exoticness, because purple was not a color that is easily obtained.
It was originally gotten by crushing sea snails. The whole people were named the Purple People for that reason, Phoenicioi.
Yep.
The Phoenicians.
Yep. But, die, thank you. But yeah, no.
Yes, that's exactly what they did. They died a lot.
Yeah. Hey,
sorry,
I see what you did there. You did a triple entendre.
Yeah, you got it.
Because they both died things, and they died of easily presentable diseases.
They died a lot, yeah. Well, and not just diseases, sharp, pointy objects.
Sea urchins.
Yeah.
It's like that one Family Guy joke where it's just they're going to the new world, and it's oh man, I got a splinter. Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
It's true. Well, and that's actually the funny thing that we forget, that all the time we forget about when it comes to the modern world here, right? Mm-hmm. Is how dangerous hurting yourself really was, and how dangerous even getting something like the flu was. It's, it's something we really, a friend of mine, as an example, just had an infection, in his mouth because he didn't take care of one of his teeth. Mm-hmm. And, a few, even just 100 years ago, that could have killed you.
Mm-hmm. Hell, even 50 years ago, that could have still killed you.
If you didn't catch it. And, actually, ironically, that's how a grandfather, he was not my direct grandfather, he would basically be my my uncle's father, so great uncle, I guess technically.
Yeah.
He died because of not because of an eye infection. He had an eye infection which he didn't get treated, and then it was the flu that he got after the eye infection that actually killed him, because he couldn't fight it off. And that's what he gets for not treating the eye infection the way he should have.
Oh, Cheshire says, "Welcome to what I live with."
It's true, yes. She is right in the other room. So she gets to listen to me in stereo. The only benefit is that she gets your half of the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh well. Alright. I popped in here because so Guac is going on, the great underground online gaming convention. It's run by Bill Sylvie. I'm a part of it as well, and I popped in here because I was going to play in a game if it didn't fill, but it filled. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll pop in here, hang out with you for a bit, and then I'll pop back and listen in, when we're done. So I'm going to pop back in over there and listen in for a little bit, unless there are any final questions, quibbles, concerns.
No. The only thing I have to say is I'm just hoping that when this whole living situation is done, I'm hoping to actually get stuff done with both writing books and writing TTRPGs and just writing period. I am so fucking. I'd very much like to not be George R.R. Martin's age before I get my first publication.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I've been trying to get a paper published for the past almost 2 years, and it's been back and forth in revise and resubmit hell. Yeah. And that's just for a regular paper, right? If you want to try publishing for someone that's kind of pretty easygoing, it's my goal to get published with them at some point. Consider writing a piece for Basic Fantasy. They are an OSR system, so as long as you're comfortable with that and you follow their formatting guidelines, they're super cool, chill dudes. The system is free. It's free for everybody. It's one of the reasons why I love them, because it's completely egalitarian.
OSR. And I don't know what that is offhand.
Old school, old school Renaissance. They are Basic Fantasy is a BX clone, Basic Expert series clone of D&D. It has it's closer to white box D&D really than it is say 1E Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. In other words, it's simpler than 1E Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. It's 5E players would pick it up and go, "Wow, this is simple," right? And people like me who prefer minimalist rules and that kind of thing say, "Yes, and I prefer that. We don't need this whole complicated housing structure." But if you just want to have it to where you have your foot in the door and you get and you can say you've been published to help with other publications, because that's what people care. That's often what they care about, right? That I can't imagine really a better or nicer first step. They're really great.
Yeah.
And once again, and everything they do is free. The only thing you have to pay for, ever, is if you want print copies, because you're just paying for the paper.
Yeah.
You know.
And I know one of the things for me is I've got 2, maybe 3 settings, and I've been trying to put together my own system. That's like a D6 based system, to where it's more about you ever played Armello?
No, I have played the Simple Sixes series though.
Yeah. Well, it's
by
basically
James Keck.
Yeah, where like the whole thing is that it's not so much you need a whole bunch of different kinds of dice. Like you may like the sets would come with like the standard array, but most of your stuff would be based off of D6s. So you could literally go buy a $5 20 pack of D6s and you're good.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing of how you're going to be rolling stats and attacks and things like that.
GURPS and Gumshoe are like that.
Yeah, where the whole point is to be as accessible to the people that can't afford like the fancy D&D stuff, because D&D's expensive.
Well, it is. It is. Well, that's one of the reasons why I went and developed my own system based on Morkborg's engine.
Yeah.
Right?
I thought it was because you literally couldn't read the rules for D&D and stuff like that, and you wanted to make something that was like
so I got
accessible.
I got tired of inaccessibility, particularly with Wizards not wanting to produce PDFs.
Mm-hmm.
But what I really got tired of as a DM was the the rules lawyering, the having my monsters bound by system rules, by having character sheets that don't fit on a 3x5 note card. I want characters to be so simple because I want the number of parts that you have to worry about to be small, basically. You know, your equipment page or whatever, your spell page, that can be as big as it needs to be. But the core of your actual sheet and what you do should be able to fit on like a 3x5 note card for me. And because it means that me as the DM, I can keep track of it. The players can keep track of it. I can keep everybody straight on an Excel spreadsheet without any complication. All the numbers are kept, you know, nothing goes above a +10, and I mean nothing goes above a +10. Even if you have magical equipment that takes your bonus above a 10, it doesn't, it caps. Which also means like a +3 or +5 weapon isn't really the best thing in the world for you, because you're capped, right? But the big thing that I got tired of are like action, move action, bonus action, reaction, and all of that creating a combat which should take 15 minutes, and it takes an hour and a half. You know?
Yeah.
And I also got tired of playing systems that, let's say you're just rolling bad today, and you can't roll above a 5, right? Most systems don't give you an out for that. Morkborg does. And 5e does a bit with both advantage and luck tokens, but Morkborg has it built in entirely by default, where everybody begins with X number of omens that they can spend to re-roll dice or to add 4 to their dice, or you know, that kind of thing, negate crits against them, and that defense isn't just a passive thing, like you don't have an armor class score, you roll for defense, which I also prefer. Being a martial artist, I mean, like, defense is a thing you have to be actively aware of. Armor does give a passive defense, and that's one of the things I've wanted to correct with Morkborg, because Morkborg went the other way. They say armor actually makes it harder for you to defend yourself, and the funny thing is it actually makes it easier, right? Much easier, in fact. So, you know, and sorry, that goes beyond the scope of your question.
Yeah, the big thing is that I have three settings I have that are that I want to turn into like a sort of a universal system. There is the Notorious Guide stuff, which is the traditional, like, my Sunday game world setting. There is Ravel, which is a similar to Fallout. It's a post-apocalyptic setting, but more focused on Ray punk aesthetic, So it's a lot more like 1930s alien sci-fi laser blaster pew pew kind of aesthetic rather than the atomic everything's nuclear. It's this one is more
1950s.
yeah, this one's
Yeah.
more about like space, lasers, ray guns, all that kind of stuff. And the third one I have is a for lack of a better term, a low fantasy alternate universe like 1980s, where it's just basically like, hey, you've got it's the 80s, but you've got like this mythical creature kind of aspect to it, where you're going to gather information as a detective, and you have to go talk to the centaur that is running the bar, and then you got to go talk to the Cyclops that runs the tailor shop, and you got to talk to the human that runs this thing. Where a lot of it is like semi-modern tech, but with more magical flair. So you could have someone that literally runs around with a fucking shotgun, or you could have someone that has a fucking wand that goes pew and blows their head off.
Well, and that's one of the other reasons why I left D&D, more or less. I'll still play D&D as well, you know. Like, I'm running Shadow Dark in the Guac game, and Shadow Dark is basically just, it's a hybrid of 1E D&D, or actually basic D&D, and 5E. It's a really cool system. But one of the other reasons why I left was I prefer a system where magic is fantastic, in the sense that it's unpredictable, and not in in the sense that it's scary. And that I wanted a world grounded in the perspective of the 10th century, because I'm a medievalist, and I fell in love with the 10th century, the quote early medieval period, right? Because that's the period before everything was good, before everything was cool, and before and it's not a world that's recognizable to a lot of D&D players, because it's like, what do you mean we only have male armor? Like, that's as good as it gets. Where are my great swords? Nope, those don't exist, right? What about spending gold pieces? Can I actually spend gold coins and buy things? No, you can't. Nobody deals in gold, right?
Well, I suppose it does make sense, but I know, like, for me, there are like aesthetics like in Asian countries where like the Chinese 10th century is way more advanced than the European.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Right? And that's also a difference where, like, when I say 10th century, I mean 10th century from the Western human perspective. But then when you look at, say, the way elves have advanced their society, or societies plural, because I don't believe in monoliths, they have radically different approaches depending on which one you talk to, and it's the same with the dwarf clans as well.
Yeah.
To where some clans actually have firearms, and you still have humans running around with 10th century equipment, swords, mail, axes, spears, etc. And with those two factions very seldom meet for good reason.
They're just standing there, menacingly.
Well, the problem is that humans kind of outnumber the dwarves with guns about 5-1, and
Yeah.
so and sadly, the range of a handgun, GONNE, right, isn't any greater than a crossbow.
Yeah.
So they get all the benefit of the fire and smoke and projectile and the fact that it will tear through the human armor, sure, but eventually arrows and crossbow bolts will find holes, and your musketeers will go down.
Mm-hmm.
Your gunners will go down. So but no, that's like the players in my Saturday game. They just started exploring my version of the Feywild, which is radically different from D&D's. And they realized that like most of the people there are still using bronze equipment, and or they have silver-edged weapons. Some of them might have iron weapons, but they're only daggers or short swords or maybe spearheads, right? That their world is so, is over 1,000 years behind what everybody else is doing, and they're perfectly fine with it because they don't need it.
Honestly, that's one of the things like you would I would say look into if you really want to have like a civilization seem advanced by that standard, or like primitive but advanced still in their own ways. I would highly recommend looking at like 0th century or like the first 3 centuries of like China.
But even looking, like, I modeled them on the late Bronze Age.
Yeah.
Right? The Bronze Age, prior to the Bronze Age collapse, was pretty much at Renaissance, like Western, I'm saying like 15th, 14th century Renaissance level technology, but just not in iron and steel. It was in bronze and stone and wood.
Yeah, more like, as a friend of mine like to call it, the renewable advancement, to where a lot of because of like the Japanese and the Chinese's development was like heavily stifled by their almost adamant isolationism. They had to be very resourceful with what they had, so they ended up being very advanced with like using these reusable resources like wood and stone and stuff like that. But when it came to like advancing things into the metal realms, that's when it
Well, you do know the Chinese had the first interchangeable standardized parts.
Yeah.
Me for help either.
Yeah, crossbow parts.
They also had they also invented the arbalist.
Yep.
Mackenzie, Perez.
Well, and that's the thing, is that this is something I talk about in my Western Civ class, for thousands of years, China is the predominant center of world civilization, as far as commerce, trade, economic power, and also just as far as sheer population goes. It's not really until the Renaissance that that needle is pushed into the Western Hemisphere.
How you doing?
Right? And I don't look at my home setting, my fantasy world, that way. Only because that the lens the players are seeing everything through here is a good-sized island. Is where they are, and it's at the end of a southern peninsula, kind of like about the size of the southern end of Africa. So and geographically pretty much the same location as like modern day New Zealand. So the winters there really suck. But they're also inherently there is that sense of isolationism where a lot of this advancement is coming from the Arab analogs coming in that have crossed over onto the island from the north, and they're trying to colonize it. Because with that they're bringing things like the heavy-wheeled plow and the 3-field system and fertilization techniques. And,
honestly, that's the one thing
that
I always say to folks. So like whenever I hear someone talking about how the Europeans more or less took over the world, they only took over the world because of the fact that they were fucking plague rats.
Well, that, and don't underestimate the advances in sailing technology, which helped Catalan maps, compasses.
Yeah, but
and don't get me wrong, you can navigate without those, right? The Chinese did it, as an example, quite successfully.
Yeah, but like you look at like the like when the Spaniards came over to the Latin America, like Central America, they were getting their shit rocked by the fucking Aztecs. And
They
the
were
only reason
also
and the only reason why they were
severely
able to beat
outnumbered.
I'd rather not piss this
yeah,
thing
they
off.
the only reason why they were able to best the Aztecs was just because they spread pestilence and disease.
Well, that's not the only reason, right? I do agree with Diamond in his in his book Guns, Germs, and Steel, which was not received well by academia, so don't at me. But what he lays out is that the three prime changers, the three prime movers for human beings are guns, obviously, so military weaponry, germs, what you're talking about, disease, and steel, in other words, the means of production, our ability to create, and a very kind of in a Marxist sense, but that the structures that go behind the not just warfare, but that uphold society. Right now, the problem with Diamond's argument is he goes on to basically say, well, it's human nature to conquer civilizations, and places like and people like the Mongols and the Romans and the Nazis were okay for doing what they were doing because they're just doing what humans do, and that's where I step back and I go, whoa, dude, like you have me with the motivating forces, but your conclusions are stupid. So with that huge caveat out of the way, I do agree with Diamond in that Western military technology played a huge role. One of the things that scared South American peoples a lot was the European use of gunpowder, as well as their swords and armor. Remember, the conquistadors are wearing plate dress at this point. Now, the conquistadors did, yes, they used disease, and that was huge for them. Same with other colonizers as well. But they also used politics. They exploited internal divisions, factionalism, and civil wars to play sides against each other, to effectively and to throw their few hundred mercenaries, which is really all they had, depending on when and where we look. Sometimes it was up to over 1,000. But they could then throw their mercenary weight behind, right, Pizarro as an example, throwing their mercenary weight behind one side to help win that civil war, and then just effectively play sides against each other until they've conquered, you know, what is now modern-day Brazil, as an example. But they couldn't do any of that without the infrastructure, the steel, quote-unquote, behind it, of Spain being able to send ships and resources, including food, but also men, which is actually the biggest crippler for the Spanish Empire, is that they didn't have the overpopulation problem that the English had. One of the reasons why the English expand all over the world so quickly, and particularly into the Americas, is because they were so overpopulated at home that the poor, like rats fleeing a ship, right, they just go everywhere they possibly can. This is why also the Viking migrations, well over 1,000 years before, happened. Right? For those that were about 1,000 years before, happened for the same reason, is because of the explosion in population in places like Denmark, modern-day Denmark, Norway, Sweden, right? And so, yes, I agree with your argument. Disease is a huge part, particularly in the native case. But it's those other two factors as well.
True, but the thing is the fact that like the big thing that caused
Brutes.
well, fuck me. My controller went to sleep in the time that this cutscene was playing. Well,
brutes.
Why?
The faster you can kill those brutes.
Brutes. Why did my controllers? Why?
The faster you can kill those brutes.
Did it die?
No, it's still got a charge.
The faster you can kill the brutes. The faster faster you can kill those brutes, the better. Brutes! The faster you can kill those brutes!
Okay. Save and quit. Figure out what the hell is wrong.
And relaunch.
I'm just going to. Yeah, I'm just fiddling with the controller, see if I can get it to play nice again.
But I've had problems with my PS4 controllers recently too.
I'm gonna have to probably relaunch the game. But the thing is, it's just like stuff with like the Zulu and all that kind of stuff is like, it wasn't until they were able to act like. Now I will say, Europe could have very easily dominated the Americas the second they started figuring out how to quickly reload guns and stuff like that. But with the way that guns were at the time, where they were single-shot muskets and it took 5 minutes to reload, like the Zulu showed that wasn't enough. That even a simple wooden shield, or in the case of the Zulu, leather, was enough to stop a musket round enough for you to close the gap and decapitate a colonizer.
They did have problems once we hit repeating firearms, but yes.
That's what I'm saying, is like where it like at the very beginning they wouldn't have had an easy time of invading if it wasn't like with the current equipment they had. What allowed them to gain the foothold and effectively conquer all of the Americas was disease, spreading smallpox and all that kind of stuff as far as they could.
And logistics.
Yeah.
It's as a I guess a general reminder to the public, it is logistics, not small arms, that win wars.
Yeah. But by the same token, we don't know what the logistics of for the American civilizations was, because they were wiped out by disease, and the Europeans burned most of their what little written history they had.
Yep. Well, not just disease, also, you have to remember, for native peoples, that it's also factional infighting. They, even as colonials are arriving, right, in the Americas, are using colonials and their firearms as tools to fight other tribes and continue to wage war against other tribes. Right.
Yeah.
And this will continue going on, back and forth. The Haudenosaunee League, as an example. But it's amazing. And one of the things that I always have to point out to my students is that native peoples are making decisions based on what is best for them that day or that week or that year.
Yeah.
Right? They can't zoom out and see the big picture and see that they're being colonized.
Now, see, I don't fully agree with that, but by the same token, it's hard to say for certain, just because the fact of, again, we don't know. Most of what we have about the old civilizations is based off of primarily what the Europeans told us, which could have played a very, which may portray a lot of the native tribes that weren't related to, like, the Mayans, the Aztecs, or whoever, as, like, a lot of the times will, from what I saw, would portray them as ignorant savages, and that
You're right. There's no recovering the voice of the subaltern, right?
Yeah.
But that said, what I'm talking about is, if you take King Philip's War as an example, why was it just, why was it just quote unquote King Philip and his people and some allied tribes against the Massachusetts colonists, etc. Why wasn't it all native peoples against these colonists, right? Because if all of them have banded together, there would have been a much bigger threat, and they probably could have driven Europeans out, definitely out of Massachusetts, but even, pushing further south, even probably down through the Carolinas as well. And once again, the answer is that they aren't thinking as a homogenized group, right? They are individuals, individual groups making individual decisions based on the relationships that they have with these white communities, with these other people, right? And they have to weigh cost versus benefit. This is, as an example, one of the reasons why the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War, that is, and also why the American Revolutionary War split native societies. Why didn't they all just side with the British and attempt to quell the colonies? Because the British were better. They treated Native Americans far better than American colonists did. It's why they ultimately sided with the French in the 7 Years' War. But it's not homogenous, right? There were Native Americans who sided with the English and the French in the 7 Years' War. There were many who remained neutral. When we think about the Revolutionary War, it's the same thing. And ultimately, every single war between Europeans is going to hurt native peoples more and more and more as native peoples get blamed for being simply part of the enemy, because colonists aren't thinking about, oh, well, it's this tribe of Native Americans. It's not just the Creek. It's not just the Blackfoot.
It's the people that are
right.
brown.
Hey, you got it, right? Yeah, y'all look the same. Ergo, y'all must be the same. Ergo, we're just gonna kill all of you and treat you like shit, right?
Yeah.
And so there are, and I encourage you to read them, if you can ever get your hands on them. There are books, even from the time of the Pequot Wars and King Philip's War, etc., written from and by native voices. There are very few, but there are, and they're worth reading.
Yeah, it's just I'm about to say that when I say this stuff, like the reasons why the Europeans were able to take over the world was because they were plague rats, isn't discounting like their superior firepower and their superior like tactics and whatnot, but a lot of the tactics they had would have eventually had to adapt or improve in order to deal with in order to deal with the native tribes, if it wasn't for the fact that within the first, like, I think it's like the statistic I read was in the first 5 or 6 travels over, they had wiped out 70% of the native populations in the Americas.
You got it before they even realized that they had done anything. You got it.
But that's what I mean, is like, they were able to conquer the world and put these tribes against each other because they spread pestilence and disease to these tribes and whatnot, to the point that they were focused on their survival because they were literally dying from a disease that came out of nowhere.
And that is the classic historical debate, right? Which is, there are all of these factors, which factor is the most important, right? And disease, as I said, plays a huge role, but it only gets to achieve that role because it's like, the way I like to think of disease and colonization for the Europeans is like this. Let's say you're in a fight and you hit somebody really hard, right? I mean, really hard. You almost lay them out, right? But you don't. You bring them right there, and they're getting back up again. If you don't follow up with another blow, the fight's not over. And that's what disease did. Disease crippled them, put them at a stage where they're ready to be knocked out, right? But without the weapons, without the infrastructure, without the overpopulation, without all these other things, right? That second blow doesn't come in, right? Because native peoples could have recovered from that population loss, believe it or not. Don't get me wrong, some tribes have been completely wiped out and were completely wiped out. And we will never know as to exactly the severity of that social damage. The cultural erasure, right? That said, right, they could have recovered populations. If we look at, say, disease recovery, right? If we had given native peoples 2 generations, even 3 generations, they could have recovered dramatically well.
Yeah. But the difference is the fact that when I say the term plague rat, I don't mean they did oopsie, we gave you the cold, oopsie daisy. I mean, oh, we can't beat them in traditional means. Let's just spread smallpox as far as the eye can see, and just take what's left.
Well, and that's the funny thing, is originally, when Europeans first arrived, we look, say, to English colonists in the Americas. When they first arrived, they didn't realize that that happened at all, and that it was entirely accidental, ironically. It was only after that, once we moved toward the French and Indian War, where, is that diet? Or is that just a Coke, or what is it? I can't see.
It's cocaine.
Oh, sure. It's original taste Coke at that. Oh, okay. No, I already had mine for this week. You can take it in the fridge. I try and only drink 1 Coke a week, if only for the sugar and acid regulation. But where was I? Native peoples. It was then, yeah, that we absolutely started, like, throwing smallpox scab-covered blankets in native camps and stuff, and saying, yeah, here's the aid we promised you, and it's absolutely laced with disease, in an attempt to intentionally exterminate them. You absolutely, that 100% happened, even during King Philip's War and stuff that happened.
Yeah, it's like the thing I'd like to say is that, like, they like to the claim that the first infections were actually accidental. Like, I'm sure the very, very first ones, like the first time a native got sick with smallpox, like the first contact thing, yeah, you could make the argument, but you don't spread stuff like that far that quickly, especially to civilizations that are supposedly relatively isolated from each other, unless you're doing it with some malicious intent.
Well, one thing I urge you to consider is that they do not have the modern understanding of disease the way we do, right? They don't understand the vector. Yeah. They knew for smallpox it had to do with blankets, right? And smallpox laced blankets, and they understood that part, right? If somebody with smallpox is wrapped in these blankets, and it was also the same with leprosy, where if we don't wash the blankets, if we just take those and give them to these people, right, they'll get it. They didn't realize just how that transfer was working, right? And it's actually where we get, like, the term malaria from, right? It's not from mosquitoes. It quite literally means bad air. It's because they thought that these fetid pools, the pools that the mosquitoes were living in, right, the air from those pools is what was causing it, or just bad air, stinky air in general, like from a sewage system. Exactly. Well, that's where miasma theory comes in.
That's right? What I'm saying, is, like, they called it miasma at the time.
Yep.
Bad air.
Yep.
But yeah, I understand, like, they didn't know what diseases were and whatnot, but it would be relative. I would argue that like, they did at least have some understanding of, like, how diseases spread to an extent, because of, like, the butchers that were doctors during stuff like the Black Death. They learned how this stuff, like, certain diseases spread it. And
ooh, I'd love that you mentioned the Black Death, because the Black Death is one that really confused the hell out of them, because it had bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic functions, and it could lay dormant in your system and then effectively not kill you at all, and then like the flu kills you the next week later, or cowpox kills you, or smallpox kills you, or something else, right? That one, they didn't figure out how it was spread until like the 1660s. And they didn't really understand how it was spread from like a modern scientific sense until much later.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Sorry, that was, you know,
Yeah,
that was just one I studied in depth.
yeah, but my point is the fact that the Europeans wouldn't have been able to rule the world, quote unquote, if it wasn't for the fact that they were walking petri dishes, because the average European didn't bathe on a regular basis.
And that allegation, by the way, partially comes from some church doctrine.
About what? Like where the church doctrine says don't bathe?
Well, the church doctrine says, like, if you bathe, like, full nudity bathing, right, it makes you susceptible to the devil, right, in the sense that you're letting your guard down, was kind of part of the idea, right?
Which is why they're against nudity.
I don't believe for a second whether you look at the medieval world or the Renaissance world, or in that instance with the early modern world, that's actively truth. What I do believe is, and this is a misconception I do always wish to correct. I'll prove it this way. I'll prove it by giving an example, by asking you a question. If you worked, let's say, 8 hours today, and just today, you were out, you were doing whatever tasks you were doing for 8 hours, whether you're a cobbler, whether you're a shoemaker or a gong farmer, it doesn't matter. And now you had to go fill a wooden tub from a stream or a well with, let's just say, 10 gallons of water, right? Well, each gallon's 8 pounds. You might have a 2-gallon bucket, so let's say that's 5 trips, each with 16 pounds. Then you have to separately heat that water to run a hot bath after you've worked for 8 hours today. The act of just fetching that water and heating it may take another hour of your time, let alone without you doing anything else. Does that sound like fun?
No, but I would...
Just so you can bathe?
I mean, do you really want my answer? Because I'm weird.
But seriously, like if you put yourself in those shoes, where if it's going to take an extra hour of your day, minimum, to run this bath, right? And you're not going to do it first thing in the morning because you've got other shit to do in the morning, right? And you're still relying on daylight to do this, so you better hurry up and do this while you have light, because remember, you're beholden to daylight. Is that something you're going to do?
I mean, granted, I would say yes, but admittedly, there's also another counterpoint I would like to bring to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Asian method, where, like the Japanese method of where you use a dunk to just wash yourself off, you scrub yourself down, and then you just wash off the soap. The Japanese method doesn't require you to sit in a bath for long periods. It just requires you to have a bar of animal fat, 2 things of like maybe 3 gallons of water, and
now you get to my point, my exact point. Europeans, for thousands of years, well, or at least for over 1,000 years, I believe, spot cleaned themselves, even if it's just with lye or lye soap or pot ash. Because pot ash plus the lather from the oils in your skin, or any oils for that matter. It doesn't have to be from your skin. It could be animal fat, right? That makes a caustic substance very similar to soap that will strip dead skin clean off your body. Quite quickly, in fact. Act to the point where if you leave it on your body, it'll, like, eat your skin. Because that's to counter allegations that, like, England didn't know about soap for 500 years. And no, they had the components for it. They just didn't make bar soap for over 500 years. So, yeah, I'm of exactly that opinion, where Europeans, instead of full bathing, which is what the allegation of they never bathe, right? Because nobody ever sees them bathe. Instead, they spot clean themselves, the same way you would with a sponge bath. That only takes a gallon of water, a cloth. You only have to heat that gallon or so, right? And whatever, you know, scrubbing solution you're using, whether it's a bar of soap or just simply potash and a bit of fat.
There's also the septic problem too.
Well, and that's its own problem, right? That's its own problem. There were ordinances in place for that. Like you have to dig your septic pit so and so far away from, like, certain structures, right? Whether or not people followed those ordinances, that's completely different. And if you lived on a farm, you could do whatever the hell you wanted. Nobody cared, right? Those ordinances only applied to city life. And city life was its own chaotic, gross, utterly disgusting mess. Particularly if pigs are involved. That's a whole conversation, you know, in and of itself. Mm-hmm. But, you know, night soil collectors, that was a job. So the septic problem wasn't sometimes as bad as you would think, because you have people constantly actively removing human waste to be used as fertilizer. Piss was stored in barrels for ammonia use. Mm-hmm. The medieval world's a strange place.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, is like, watch out for the captain. It's got a brute shot. Like, that's more in line of what I'm saying, is like, they were, compared to a lot of the other civilizations across the world, they were almost took a competitive edge to being filthy.
City life definitely didn't help disease at all. I still make the argument that they are not, well, were not, because they're all dead, obviously. They were not nearly as gross as we think they are, like, conceptually today. They certainly didn't have dirty hands, or faces for that matter, if they can help it, because they're still human beings. They don't like the feeling of being dirty, right?
Yeah, oh no,
it just
like,
means it.
When I say they're plague rats and whatnot, I don't mean like they were covered in literal shit. I mean the sense that they were so unclean and unkept, for lack of a better term, that they were able to just cause disease and death wherever they went, because, again, they didn't properly clean themselves.
Well, they don't have anything antimicrobial, right, that they're actively using.
Yeah.
Though they did have antimicrobial measures, as an example, the use of vinegar. Which, for, like, plague settlements, as an example, if you think your town has plague, one of the common solutions to trade for goods was to leave coins, which are exchanged between people, in a bowl of vinegar, and then leave the goods. And so that way, you know, they'll take your goods or whatever, and they'll leave you, like, a pay system, right? And then that way nobody's touching either goods or coinage at the same time, right? So they did have stuff like that. The biggest, I would think, problem for Europeans and disease, if you take, say, is that they had many diverse populations that were often tightly packed together in urban format, i.e. cities, right? And that over thousands of years have built up resistances to these diseases that other native peoples and also Chinese did not have. So it doesn't take 100 Europeans being sick or 1,000 Europeans being sick in a colony to infect native peoples. It just takes one.
Yeah, I know.
And one sick person in a group of 1,000, it doesn't matter how good your cleanliness is, right? That one person can easily infect other people. And that's the thing. Anyway, my point is that I agree with your overall. I agree with your conclusion, right? It's just that I don't think that
you agree with the overall the overall conclusion, but not the finer points.
Yeah, because I'm still a defender of. I don't think Europeans were nearly as gross as people think they were.
Yeah.
I
agree with that wholeheartedly. It's just when I talk about being plague rats, I mean the fact that because they were able to build immunity to these diseases and whatnot, because of the fact that they were, compared to a lot of other civilizations of the time, not as well clean, for lack of a better term, is how they were able to, quote-unquote, conquer the world. Like, it's not so much that they were dirty, it's the fact of, because they were more focused on spot cleaning and stuff like that, they had more prones to infection, which in turn made their immune systems more robust. And the people that survived these illnesses were able to have kids who already had, like, that somewhat of a robust fight against it, which in turn kept going until the point that you got where like the smallpox situation, where yeah, it's a dangerous disease, it'd still kill Europeans, but you had a better resistance to it than a lot of native or Chinese folk that had never had any generation deal with this.
Yeah, 15 to 30% is far better than 70 to 90% for sure.
Yeah. But you don't get that way without, like, either a vaccination program, which they didn't have, or
they did.
I thought that the what we know as a vaccine wasn't invented until like 18 something.
Ah, okay. So here I'm going to drop some wisdom on you. This is great.
Okay.
So live treatment for smallpox actually started in the Byzantine Empire, where not modern day inoculation with a dead bacteria or virus being injected into the human body. That's not what they did, right?
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen until the 1800s, as you mentioned, right? What the Byzantines did is they would make cuts in your skin and rub live smallpox scabs in. However, and mothers would intentionally have this done to their children, knowing that their children had about a 15% chance of death. But if they survived, they would have, relative immunoresistance to smallpox for the rest of their life. So it's better to give them that chance of death now, A, when they're young, but also B, when you can control how much food they're getting, you can make sure they're rested well, you can make sure they're hydrated, you can keep them safe, in other words, and give them the best chance possible, because you can do it in, like, the middle of summer, as opposed to doing it in the winter where you don't have those resources, right? And so that was one strategy the Byzantines had. And now is that everywhere, during colonization and stuff? No, absolutely not. However, one thing the Europeans did have to their advantage was cowpox. Cowpox was something typically milkmaids would get, but other people could get it too. And it's quite literally a milder version of smallpox, and that's where the first inoculations for smallpox came from, was cowpox. And you can get cowpox and once again have great resistance to smallpox. It's just that that wasn't a formal thing. It was just cowpox was one of the building blocks that helped provide Europeans this resistance to smallpox. Because yeah, smallpox was still killing easily a third of the people that get it, and it sucked.
Yeah.
But my point is that they did have some idea of measures as far as that goes.
Okay, but yeah, when I say inoculation, system, that was where my point was going to go, was the fact that you either have inoculation, vaccine programs like what we have nowadays, which they didn't have at the time, or you had the more experimental kind of stuff, like what you were talking about, or have it to where you were just constantly exposed to it to the point that you built a resistance. It's exposure. It's exposure therapy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It was either vaccination programs or exposure therapy.
Well, and you also have to be careful because some diseases, as an example, the Black Death, bubonic plague, right, will reset your immune system. And that causes its own set of problems.
Yeah.
Because then all of your previous resistances are gone. And yeah, that's when, once again, smallpox comes in and kills you.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna hop off here and go check in with that guac game. I'm curious to see how it's going.
I hope the people watching the show enjoyed this rambling about Europeans, disease, death, and all that kind of shit.
Welcome to a conversation with me.
Welcome to a conversation between intellectuals.
Yeah, I can rope the medieval period into anything, even if it's Halo.
Even though, ironically, you were talking about it unrelated to Halo.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, well, and there you could consider, like, the Flood, like, the herpes of the Halo world. But that's a conversation for another time.
Yeah. Alright. Talk to you later. No. Cheshire says, no new knowledge from me, but still entertaining. Okay, so... It took several attempts, and that entire conversation was at least a good discussion while I was getting my ass clapped by these brutes and whatnot.
Below. There's a door at the other end of the chamber.
But at least now, there we go, we can get moving. But at least the conversation held us over...
Prophet, truth. He has the index. You've got to take it from him.
Oh, hey, I just noticed that you're this is, like, you're not naked, you're in a cat suit.
Track truth if I stay in the network.
Okay, then.
Don't worry.
But yeah, like, at least that kept folks entertained while I was failing miserably to get out of this one fucking room. God. I don't know what was more frustrating. That or trying to beat regret to death. Actually, no, I think the thing that was the most frustrating was easily stuff at the very early parts. Yep. Breath. Control the rhythm. Come on, Brutesy. Brutesy bum cheeks, where are you at?
Right this way.
Bitch. Motherfucking suicide bombers. Wait for the shields to regenerate. Hey, Cortana, you're in the system. Do you think you could, I don't know, open an airlock or something like that? Or, you know, maybe put up deployable energy shields or something. Maybe tickle their buttholes so they get distracted. I don't fucking know. Just something to help. There we go. There you go, Brutesy Bumcheeks. You're dead now.
Right this way.
Oh shit. Ow. Blech.
Right this way.
I do also want to say, if you would like, there are sound effects and whatnot you can use for this channel if you want to have some funny things. You just click on the little bubble, and it will. You'll have a selection of sound files to click from. Goodbye. Ooh. Ooh. Deep breaths. Shields up. Pop. God damn it. Drop. Damn, you got a good arm. It's a shame you're with the Covenant. The fucking football team would love to have you. Captain's dead. Reloading. Dropped. Brutesy cakes. There you go. And dropped. Looking like a motherfucking postcard. Now, I do have to say though, this the anniversary graphics do make High Cherry look more, for lack of a better term, realistic. Like, looking at this you could easily tell why this is the Covenant. This is all the Covenant. And why humanity had a hard time beating them. Because literally, all the Covenant is here on High Charity. And it's got the population numbers and city length to explain that. Like, this thing is probably like, fuck, 20, 30 miles across? At least, and it's filled to the brim with people. Not gods know how deep it is. But this would explain why humanity kept losing the war. Trillions of lives in this one thing. Essentially, like a homeworld that is able to constantly move. is one of the reasons why humanity couldn't beat the Covenant. Yeah. But because like the original graphics don't do it justice. Because look, oh, you've got a handful of skyscrapers and maybe half of the bottom filled, and then it's just open nothingness. But then you switch to the anniversary version, and the city stretches all the way almost to the walls. And right there, that ship, that pillar right there, is a Forerunner ship that is the power source for this entire place. Meaning that when the prophets dipped to go to Earth in this thing here in a moment, they literally sacrificed trillions of lives just so maybe 100,000 could go on the great journey. That is some advanced level.
The lower levels of the tower. I'll reverse this grav lift. Drop down, try to cut him off. It's safe,
Like-
really. Just step in.
I just love the fact that the truth, mercy, and regret are like they're. What the fuck? Truth. Oh, fuck you! Yeah. But yeah, no, like the fact that truth, mercy, and regret's names are ironic, like, is not surprising. Oh! God damn it. Well, looks like that entire section's probably getting cut because I think I had put it off my screen in order to log into this because it requires my Xbox account, but I guess I didn't turn it back on, meaning that entire conversation we had while I was drilling through this had no visuals. And that's why I wish I had a more active community, just so that way they could tell me, "Hey, moron, you're being stupid again. You forgot to hit a button." Ooh, cartwheel. Reloading. Whoop. Yeah, I suppose that is true. It's just it's going to have the sound of Halo stuff going on in the background that is going to have no context. Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't showing the visuals, but it was showing the audio of what I was doing. There we go. You're dead. Yeah, I suppose it can be. Yeah, it can be amusing. Shot.
Truth is moving through the lower levels of the tower. I'll reverse this grav lift. Drop down, try to cut him off. It's safe, really. Just step in.
Or I could just do this. Ah!
Reinforce all approaches to the holding pens. Slay the demon on sight.
Yeah, good luck with that.
They're beefing up their patrols. Stay sharp.
Splat. Goodbye, crack addict. Blech. Yes, I'm on time. Simpa, simpa. Jonathan, fuck. What the? Fuck you! You don't get the fucking. Hey! I did not consent to get needles up my ass! This is not my my annual doctor's visit. Ow. Oh yeah! Empty cock! And he's dead.
Wait a minute. I'm reading marine IFF transponders. The signals are originating somewhere below your position.
Alright. I'll let them out so they can live another 5 seconds. Ah! Ah, good. Oh, come on! Antinta Pankara! Barakatampa. Ow. But. You know, we need a song to pass the time. While we sit there. Ah! Since we're dealing with technically aliens and furry, creatures. No, I'm not speaking Simlish. I'm speaking, I tend to speak in what a lot of folks call gibberish. So, I've started calling it, Nolese. So it's basically me speaking the native Nole tongue. Fuck you! That tends to happen a lot when, my, like, because of some of my, mental health stuff. Yeah, more or less. like because of some of my speech impediment issues, a lot of the time information won't properly be communicated out of my lips, so it'll sometimes come out as gibberish if I'm trying to talk faster than my brain can process.
Wait a minute. I'm reading Marine IFF transponders.
So I've just said I've just said that I'll turn the gibberish into is basically just a different language just to make it easier. And it's also why I keep having ums and pauses and whatnot, is because you can make the argument that, oh, it's not my first language, so obviously I'm going to have difficulties remembering how do you pronounce this word, how do you pronounce that word. Right, where are you? Hey, no, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I'm not looking at that. You gotta work with the limitations you got.
Wait a minute. I'm reading Marine.
And it's just one of those things to where if I ever have one of these moments in like a highlight reel or whatnot, I'm just going to put in like translation what I actually was trying to say in that moment, as just like, oh, this is what it means in English. Ah! Black-handed. Yep. Ow. Huh. He teleported behind me and said, "Nothing personnel, kid." Fuck you! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha!
No run from me!
Who's running?
Wait a minute. I'm reading Marine IFF transponders. The signals are originating somewhere below your position.
Where the... No star. Ow! What the fuck? Ow. Really? I think it's the same principle. They're meant to be the funny relief, like the comedy relief, because you deal with grunts most of the time, so they tend to have them say ridiculous stuff because they're sort of the butt of the joke in both universe and in-game. I imagine Claptrap was roughly based off of some of the funny lines that grunts say. Because Halo goes all the way back to 2001, and I think the first Borderlands was like 2008? Meaning that it would have been like just around Halo 3 when those games came out. Yeah, it's the... I think that's what it is like they're basically supposed to be like there's for some reason there's a long-standing belief that high pitch equals funny. So a lot of the times the comic relief characters tend to be cowardly, high pitch little things. That's why you have things like the Minions.
Wait a minute. I'm reading marine IFF transponders. The signals are originating somewhere below your position.
Ow. Oh, fuck! Fuck you! Fuck you. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Give me a goddamn checkpoint! Bitch. Yeah, banana. Banan. Fuck. Fuck. The fucking checkpoint. Yes, I am playing on legendary difficulty. Solo. Technically speaking, there is a harder one, but that one is kind of bullshit to play by yourself. Because the second you turn iron on for it, which is, the event is called, I call it mythic difficulty, but the community knows it as lasso, legendary all skulls on. It is so fucking bullshit with the Iron Skull on when you do it solo that it is not worth it, because when you die, you have to restart the whole level. And something like Halo 2 is 100% garbage for that, because you have aimbot snipers that can just instantly pop your head. I mean, some people like a challenge. And I mean, honestly, in the case of like Halo 2, they purposely made this one significantly harder because people kept saying Legendary on Halo 1 was too easy. So they basically made the fucking campaign for Halo 2 bullshit, ball-rendingly hard on the hardest setting, just to be like, oh, but you wanted it harder. And then obviously they turned it back down for Halo 3 because, wow, they turned off a lot of people with some of the bullshit they did. Hi, Cortana. Oh. But it's the same reason why folks like Dark Souls. Like, I enjoy playing Souls-like games. It's just the problem I have is that most of them I can't really do for a stream because when I get super focused, like in one of those games that require it, I end up not really talking.
There's another lift in the next room.
Yeah, yeah, there's a difference, but there's a difference between challenge and I like dancing barefoot on Legos. Yeah, well, one of the things people do to mitigate the bullshit of lasso is they'll do it co-op. Because for most of them, now I don't know what the case is for Halo 2, when you do co-op in a campaign, lasso, like Iron Skull makes it to where instead of restarting the level, when one person dies, you go back to the last checkpoint as if you were just playing single player. Which is way more manageable. In fact, it's actually an achievement in Halo 3. It's called the Anniversary Achievement. Where you beat the last level of the game on Legendary difficulty with the Iron Skull on, and you have to ride ghosts to the end of the level at the end in order to beat the game. I have done that challenge probably about 12 times. To completion, I want to add. Takes usually about an hour, maybe 2, depending on the competency of your team. I tend to enjoy a challenge. It's just, I want the challenge to be fair. And Halo 2's challenge is not fair. Like, I wouldn't have the issue with Halo 2. Like, honestly, when I finish this, I'm probably never going to touch Halo 2 on Legendary ever again.
Here, Chief, jump in.
Oh, bye. Welcome to hell, motherfucker! Oh, that is not bull. Again, that's what I mean by, like, Halo 2's Legendary Edition is not fair. Is shit like that keeps happening. To where you have no way to prepare for it or expect it. Where you expect to be in a point where the game is going to have you transition to the next set piece, and it just decides to throw, oh, here's an insta-kill sniper that you only have like a 2-second window to hit, otherwise he'll kill you. Halo 2's Legendary campaign is filled with fucking moments like that. Because one of the things they do for this is they add more units than there were in the other difficulties. So they'll literally spawn in more snipers just to make it more bullshit. I am honestly looking forward to after doing Halo 2's Legendary campaign, Halo 3's is going to feel like a breath of fucking fresh air. Oh, don't get me wrong, it's still going to be ball-rendingly frustrating, but at least it's going to be more fair. No, Star, you're not coming in the room.
Here, Chief, jump in.
Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to prepare for that? I literally cannot see him until he's actively shooting me. Pupper. Star is a dog. 11 years old. She's wanting in the room because she likes to lay on my bed. But she also has a tendency to make a bunch of unnecessary noise. Because she likes to... I have like a trash bag or whatnot of like recyclables and shit like that that I put stuff into, and one of the things she likes to do in order to get attention is kick it around in order to get my attention. So she likes to make as much noise as she can, just to make me pay attention to her. Which, you know, not as annoying when she's, you know, when I'm just sitting there laying in bed trying to deal with my crippled back, but not really something you want to hear on a live stream. Unless you want to watch Asmongold. It's probably more accurate to say Crunch, Crunch, Russell Crunch. Ah, yes. The evil twin of Russell Crowe, Russell Crunch. Hold still, damn it! Fuck you! Back down the hole you go. Ooh, lip dick Luther. The demon is there. And your brains are over there. In the opposite direction. So, technically speaking, this is plasma, so their brains are probably not splattered against the wall. They're probably cooked inside your own skull. I suppose it just depends on the velocity in which it's flying. Because can it fly faster out of your skull than it can to cook inside it? Will it blend? That is the question. If you look deep in your heart, which is currently all over that tree. You strike me as someone that enjoys very enthusiastic long walks.
Here, Chief, jump in.
Bye. There we go.
There are 2 groups of Marines in this detention block. I'll zero their locations. You neutralize the guards. Quietly.
What's quietly? Well, task failed already. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Yes, we're just gonna instantly drop you right into the thick of it. Like, we're just gonna drop you right here, have the enemies just see you immediately and instantly scope you. Fuck you. Wow. Standing right on top of the grenades, like, that was... Oh! What? I threw it right at him. Why didn't it stick?
Here, Chief. Jump in.
Lovely.
There are 2 groups of Marines in this detention block. I'll zero their locations. You neutralize the guards. Quietly.
Okay. Come on, poke your head out. Poke your head out. Well, fuck you too. Pop. Pop. I will admit, after playing Halo 2 on Legendary, I am so glad that the Dark Souls trend came out, started after Halo 2 had already came out, because my god. The idea that Bungie or 343 creating a Halo game that is purposely made like as difficult as a FromSoft thing just sounds like one of the most arbitrary bullshit things you would ever come across. Like, oh, there is no fair challenge. You just have to get good at our bullshit mechanics. Oh, and we decided that if you die 15 times, you just have to restart the game from the first level. Fuck you. And I know for a fact there are going to be some fucking weirdos out there that would actually praise it as the greatest thing to happen to shooters ever. When really it would just be the most bullshit thing on the face of God's green earth.
Come to the middle level, Chief.
Already there.
Marines are just inside. Careful of the guard.
What guard? You know, you probably should have ducked for cover instead of staring at the fucking grenade like an idiot. Okay, that one, like, wow. I said the other guy was an idiot. That one just literally walked right up into it. It's like, oh, hey, it's a grenade. I know, I'll throw it. And that is about as far as the thought went before it was splattered against the wall. What's up, ladies?
Listen up, Marines. The Chief's hunting a prophet, and you're gonna help him kill it. One more group of Marines to go, Chief.
Alright. You ready to live for an extra 5 seconds?
Come to the lower level. More guards, get ready.
Hey, thanks for getting rid of your cover for me, dumbass. Hey! The fuck? Bugs. What is this? What are these? Prison roaches, or are they the first like scouts of a fucking flood infestation? Hey, you guys lasted 5 minutes instead of 5 seconds. Nicely done. What's up, baby girl? Man, you are lucky.
Good work.
And they're dead, and they're going to die. Come on, Marines, you want to live forever? If so, then just wait for the flood to show up and tickle your innards.
We'll get out of here the same way we came in.
Just like that Mountain Dew. Huh? Oop. No, you mean there's reinforcements coming from the city that belongs to the Covenant? No. Next you'll tell me that they have women and children here. Actually, do they have women and children? That's actually the interesting question. Is Hycheria an actual city where it has civilians, or is it exclusively a military installation? I suppose it probably has civilians because you have the council. Unless the council are all, like, commanders of, like, military vessels or something. Dead. Dead. Wow. 2 seconds later, 2 seconds too late, Marines. Will one of you take this fucking thing? No? Fine, take that. Jesus fucking Christ. Wow. I was saying your praises there, and you were all... See, this is why you have to train the Marines about spacing! The entire squad was wiped out because of spacing. Cortana, maybe you could stand, actually help instead of just sitting there looking pretty? Of course. Should have known that was going to happen the second I decided to just stay in one position to fortify.
clear. Step on in.
Ladies and cannon fodder first.
Fear not, my brothers, the sacred icon is secure. It was Tartarus who took the icon. For that they have our
Excellent. Truth is broadcasting on the move. It'll make it much easier to track.
Hey, get 'em, Marines. Split chin. They don't got chins, my friend. Ow. Popped.
I could do this all day.
Well, yeah, because you have infinite ammo. Of course you could do it all day.
I thought you at least could fight. Hiding from us.
Again, we would have been fucked if they didn't pick the worst possible time to betray the elites. A little late there, Marines.
Let me at him. Big Mo, let's make it happen.
Nicely done, Marines.
Trying to surrender.
You guys might actually survive this.
No one saw that.
The elites have failed to protect the prophets, and in so doing put all our lives at risk. Let no warrior forget his oath. Thou and faith will keep us safe whilst we find the path.
I've got a fix on Truth just outside this tower, Chief. There's an exit nearby. Hurry.
Alright. I think I'm good for right now. I am about to break something, and I can tell that I'm getting very quiet, which is not good for a stream, which is what happens when I get too focused. Again, which is why I don't do things like Dark Souls or Cuphead or stuff like that on stream. is because it wouldn't be an entertaining stream. So, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream for today. I want to thank everybody that tuned in today. If you enjoyed it, please tune in next week. I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 6 or 7 p.m. to whenever the hell I feel like. I want to thank everybody so much for taking part, and I hope you have a great and stress-free week now. Bye-bye! Fuck Halo 2!